Hi guys. I wasn't feeling at peace this morning, but I've returned to balance. I think I needed to own myself a bit, and I feel like I do. We are going to switch to that. There we go. Okay, let's make sure my mic's working this time. I don't know why. I think because I had voice mod not open in the background. Gonna double check that, make sure it's running. Yeah, good. Make sure that's running. Oh, I might wanna change that. There we go. I'm gonna be playing some Star Citizen today, and Ryzen might join me. He's giving me permission to use his real life name. Is it James? It's like we have an update. Which way around is this? Oh, that is the way around. Okay. So I had a strange thing happen this morning. Talking about not pessimism, meticism in a post and on YouTube, and well, the video talked about some things, and it kind of got me to go downstairs in order to find, like, actually, you know what? Just in case this is copyright music, I don't want to be silenced or anything. I want to double check that that is playing. No, it is not. Hang on. Oh, you guys can't hear that because it's... Okay, we'll launch the game then. Okay, so it's strange. I was told I needed more sage in my life, and I went downstairs to, like, put some fresh sage in, like, a cup of milk with, like, some herbs and stuff, and then put some... I was going to put a tea bag in once it was hot to make some chai, to mix with chai, and noticed this book on the bookshelf as I was leaving to go finish that drink and make it. And, well, as I went and looked at the bookshelf, I noticed a book. Just felt like it was calling to me. I'd seen it in the distance. I see the colours, and I was like, "Oh, what's that?" And as I got closer, it said Septimus Heap Quest. And I was like, that looks interesting. And then I was about to walk away, and I noticed noticed. Let's change to the camera a second. Who? I don't know if you can see that because there we go. It's a book by an author called Angie Sage. So it compelled me to look at the back of it. So I reached for it. I felt compelled to look at the back of it. So I looked at the back of it and it says, Sinister trouble awaits Septimus and Jenna in the form of Tertius Fume. The ghost of the very first chief hermetic scribe. Now, first in recent times is obviously Mestus Trismegistus, but maybe at this time that this book speaks of, it was Tertius Fume. And, well, my eyelashes are molten. I find it fascinating that I was just talking about hermetic stuff and ascendants, and then this book appears. It says, you're heading for a mysterious house of Forex, a place where all time meets, and where they fervently hope they will be able to find Nico and Snorri, who were trapped back in the past. Even so, how will Septimus escape the quest? And it says magical CD inside, although it's spelt with like a K there. I don't know if you can read that. There we go. So the Book of Septimus, book 4. And, you know, it's just so strange that this book just appeared. Well, it's probably always been there, but I never noticed it before. I noticed it when it was time to notice, and it's still got the disc with it as well. I don't know if this is meant to be in a library or something, but these book pages are really old and yellow. Illustrations by Mark Zug. I don't know that name. London, Berlin, New York, Bloomsbury. By Angie Sage, featuring Septimus Heap, Magic, Light, Physic, Quest. I'm assuming those are the 4 books. Featuring a Marinta Spook, My Haunted House, The Sword in the Grotto, Brognapt, Vampire Brat, and Ghost Sitters. More titles coming soon. This book was $6.99. Huh? They've even got a website, septimusheap.co.uk. You can probably go check that out yourself. I plan on making an app at some point that is going to house hermetic books like these digitally for everyone to have to, like, not only watch, but not only like read, but potentially even have like maybe audio versions of them, where we get, you know, talented people doing voice acting. May include some of my voice acting. I don't know. If I seem a bit drowsy, I had an incident where I wasn't balanced as I usually am, and a bit all over the place this morning. And then I wasn't focusing on what I was doing, and out of habit, I had the sleep medication way too early. And the metazapine way too early, so if I seem a bit more tired. That's probably why. Well, I'm not tired. My body's just learning to restore itself. So. Okay. So. I don't know why there's a red dot on that, but. So, for those of you who don't know, I have a server named the Emerald Grove. It was originally my Zyke and Shadow place where it was called the Zymension. That's no longer the case. It is now the Emerald Grove. Okay, so we need to remove that. No. Huh. I might want to think about setting it up so I've got Star Citizen game and Breath of the Wild game in sources. Okay, so I've got Star Citizen selected, but for some reason it's not. Oh, there we go. So we will be going into Pyro because apparently that's where all the action is and that's where a medic needs to be. I'm going to turn that down for myself. You guys will be able to hear it. I won't because I'm not feeling this music right now. It's a bit loud for me. So James may turn up in a bit. In the meantime, I am sat in the recording booth. In the meantime, I am recording. Well, actually, no, I'm going to be recording the whole time, but you know what I mean. And just like getting back my mental focus a bit while also supping some water for hydration. Okay, so we're gonna do is mine just went blank. This is how I used to be all the time. My mind will be blank. My brain's not connecting the dots, and I was trying to force it, and I don't need to force it. I need to relax and just breathe. It's probably also because I don't have as much food, but that's because I didn't have breakfast. That's probably not helped. But I think I'll do that at some point. Oh, that's what I needed. Glasses so I could see better. There we go. That was not straightforward, but I got there in the end. So I shouldn't have the button issue where like things are disappearing on me now because I have the game audio set up in a way that like it requires me to press control first. So and I am monitoring both audios now as well. And I've separated Star Citizen and Breath of the Wild. I did have an incident. I did a recording of me going to Lanera Tower, but unfortunately, I had no game audio because I forgot to switch it out. Oh no, that was it. I didn't have voice mod open, which is what I use as my source, so that my voice sounds clearer. And there's no, it filters all the background stuff, so I don't have to mess around with filters on OBS because it does it all for me. And I'm going back into old habits. Right, okay, so what we're gonna do, we need to find the exit. Maybe it's downwards, not upwards, I don't know. Oh, that'll be the exit, won't it? I've probably been damaging my solar plexus with all these, like, negative thoughts, so I need to... Ah, I did not hear what he was just saying. That's strange. No, that goes to the same place. Must be this one. Oh, I guess it's working fine. So if you weren't following with our last video, we went to Levski. As you can see outside, we are at Levski. And so, like, I was in this rough phase for a long time. And I let my emotions control me. Oh, this is the checkout, okay. And it fried my brain a lot. And I feel like talking to my family has brought me back into those lower energies a little bit. And I need to, you know, shake it off. It's nothing. Love yourself. Remember, love yourself. Forget about it. Because it doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's just noise they try to use to bring you down. I think what I might do is make this place my home. I might do that with New Babbage, I don't know. There's something about New Babbage that feels more natural to me. Even if it is laggier. I shouldn't worry about lag. Lag is part and parcel. Oh no, it's not my Aurora one, is it? Terrapin. So this is, if you watch my Terrapin video, getting here, that was my last video. Yeah, so I did have an incident, like I said, with Breath of the Wild where you couldn't hear me. So I was just sat there conversating at the screen and telling you all these things and you wouldn't have heard them. I wasn't sure whether to do it, so I decided to just let the video go by deleting it. It doesn't exist anymore. I mean, it's one thing to have the game audio missing, it's the other to not have my commentary over it. Because then it just becomes another random video gameplay content, and that's not what this channel is about. It's not about me either, it's about the message that I have been trying to propagate, which is the message of love. Being true to myself, being true to oneself. Being who I am. Just being naturally who I am. And being that happy-go-lucky kid, because that's the real me. And not getting bogged down by all these things and stresses that other people try to put upon me. Because none of that is real. Fear, anxiety, that's an illusion. I was getting stressed out because Dave, despite me telling him that he was telling me, oh, like, just throw it in the trash. There was this old vest I wore. And I was like, well, that's wasteful. Someone else could wear that. So I left it outside with some rocks on it. And what did he do? When he noticed it, he went and grabbed it and put it in the bin and said no one was going to take that. But I've got to let that go. I can't let that anger me, because in the end, it's done with. It's in the past. Doesn't matter. There's nothing that can be done about it now, unless I like go digging in the bin. He put it in the regular bin. I don't want to go digging around in stinky bins to get a vest, because no one's going to take that now. Not now, let's put it in there. So it was clean. And it's a misconception, because like they've got like this idea that no one will just take a free vest. It's a tank top and it don't fit me no more, because my upper body is taller than it used to be, and because my shoulders are broader and got more muscle now, and so it doesn't fit. And so I wanted to just, pass it on to someone else. Let it be someone else's clothing. Let my old be their new. I liked that idea, but he had to assert control again. And that's one of the many reasons why I am leaving. I'm leaving this space. I'm going somewhere else. I don't know where yet. I've been told it's in the cards. I got money coming. I got something viral coming, and like this person that I am playing in the game, I'm going off out into the unknown, wherever that may be. So, where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go? Aye. Okay, so we need to go to Pyro. But first, I've never been to Nex. So I'm going to go to the planets as they are now. It's not letting me. Okay. I think I need to get out of this spot here. Let's go exploring, hey? Which one's closer? What's the closest? I don't think I can go to next one. Oh, flashbang. Oh, no. That was from earlier. I was watching that earlier to like. Those are my tarot reading videos. I don't need that open right now. Actually, I'm gonna close those tabs. Ah, the planets aren't accessible yet. Okay. Because they're building those in the new star engines, so that's fine. So, what's that one? I'm sure there's a pyro gateway here. I saw it earlier. I zoomed out. We've got plenty of fuel for it. I'm hungry. Again. And I need the bathroom. So while this is travelling, I am going to mute up my mic. I'm going to mute up my mic on that headset and go do that. Be right back. Where is my phone? Okay. So, completely forgot about that, but like I did some sausages. And it looks like we are here. did them last night in the air fryer. Now, by the experience in using OBS Streamlabs, I used to do streaming. As Dark and Shadow. I got into a rhythm of things. I was doing like RuneScape. Because I was in those lower frequencies, trying to do others. Other things would burn me out, leave me mentally scattered, brain fried. Because those systems weren't built for ADHD brain where you're tapped into everything, or extrasensory autism. When you relax, you can tune in and tune out whatever you want. But you can't if you can't relax. So environment is kind of important when you're learning to tune out things that distract you. That's why once a day I practice mental focus. I eat one meal in silence with computer off, no phone, no nothing. I'll probably do that with supper. But I've been distracted because I am in love. Technically, I'm in love with everybody. I love everybody. But someone special to me from a past life, a twin flame, has entered my life. And I gave her my number. So it's constantly in the back of my mind, making me distracted. Maybe this is supposed to happen. Maybe this is meant to be how it is. But I've got to be patient and have faith. I told her to call me when she is ready. I wrote it on a napkin, my number. Zeke, the man in green. That is my legal name. That's weird. Because I'm superpositioned now. Between that is my legal name, but it's only this vessel's legal name. This corporeal being. But I'm not attached to it. Because I am many things. I don't have a single definition. I can relate to the name in some form. And I can own it when it is needed. But it is not permanent ownership. Because that would cause me to go, hey, that's my name. If someone else were to use it. I don't care if someone else uses my name. Because it isn't what I am, it's just what I do. But it will come to be the name that people know me by. Seorphioth. I'm gonna put that on there for now. That's fine. And I just dropped the controller. That's fine. I need to declutter. I got too much stuff in my space here. And it's causing things to fall over. I need to clean. Okay. Now I feel like I have some strength back. Let's... How do I... There we go. My camera is on a slight angle. Oh, change trajectory. It's not perfect, but nothing really is. Oh, actually, that's not so bad. That really is not so bad. I don't know why there's always one thruster going on this ship. Okay, so we're going to For starters, we're going to change that to that. No, that's not it. Landing. Prepare. And refuel. Now, I don't have a whole lot left. Before we go, I need to... Yeah, I figured as much. There's nothing here. Nothing for me here. Okay.
Shields offline.
Ah, that way. Ah, I went too far.
Shields online.
No, I do have to be in nav. Right, okay. I'm going to limit that to about 300. Too far. Ignore the too close, I think that's just a mistake. going to be around when I get to the second one that I'll start getting an effect. I like how they got the effect on the little radar down there. There we go. Time to go. This one's very different to the other one. Never seen the green one before. Oh. Steady and calm she goes. And we're out. Welcome to Pyro, guys. And it is lawless here, so I have to be very, very careful.
Quantum drive is now off.
I know.
Engines offline.
We are now in Pyro. And it is a very different feel to what you're probably used to in Stanton. There's a heavy air about this place. Huh. I don't know why the audio's out. Music seems to be broken. What I might have to do is relog now that I'm here. Yeah, it's not gonna fit that. I'm not gonna force it. So I'm sorry that like most of the gas clouds are blurry and stuff like that, but I do have the graphical settings lowered because I am recording. So and the technical requirements for the game have been raised dramatically. So So I'm just thinking about what I was saying about ADHD. That's the feminine divine, and that's gonna feel like chaos to you. Without true masculinity, and I'm not talking the toxic kind where big survival man. No, I'm talking about the calm, compassionate, caring man who protects people. Real stoicism, courage, wisdom, and power. But that power doesn't come from being a big, strong man. That power comes from the light of the inner child. You must embrace that. Because both the feminine and the masculine will support each other. I'm talking in the traditional sense. And I don't mean, women in the kitchen, men goes out and does all the hard work. No, I mean a caring, compassionate pillar of a man who holds up the people around him. And that don't come through force, that don't come from being strong and not showing weakness. That comes from showing weakness and making it your strength. Being caring and loving is not a weakness, it is your power. So you must own it. Only then can you achieve inner peace and learn to relax. Only then. You must lead others how you lead yourself. But first you must face yourself, your demons, your darkness. Realize they're not really demons at all, but sides of yourself that have two sides of their own coins, each side having their own polarities. The perfectionist controlist allows for control, relaxed control, when kept in check. Not rather kept in check, but choosing to work with you as a team, not through force. Anxiety, once you've shed away that anxiety, gives way to excitement, happiness. But you still have a balance between it all. You forgive the one that tries to become rageful because they can't control everything in the mind. That's because they try to assert themselves and force the control. You stop being that person anymore. You control the system peacefully, the same way an ambassador would. Through honor, love, compassion, power, wisdom, and courage. That's real stoicism. You didn't earn that through battle right. You earned that through learning to lay down your weapons and choose another way with yourself. And in doing that and uniting all the sides of yourself, the inner child, the scientist, the one who has faith, the one who has darkness, and the one who has life, the light, and you bring all those pieces together and they're holding hands, singing Kumbaya. Because when you do that, it all just falls in place. You You stop listening to what others tell you you should think, and you start thinking for yourself. And it's my job to... It's not even a job. It's my passion. It's my calling. To show people how to do that for themselves. I led myself through peace. By brokering peace with people and the sides of me, and stop fighting in myself. I learned how I could do that with others. How I could lead. And I regained that leadership role that I just did on pure intuition before. But now I'm both aware and my conscious and subconscious sides are all working in harmony. I am at the wheel now instead of letting somebody else take the wheel. But sometimes you let intuition take the wheel. And that's Jesus take the wheel, basically. That word comes up often. Because, you know, it fits. So if you want to go to a mining areas look like this. Get all your tools for it. I've done multiple jobs in Star Citizen. I've done mining. I've done detective work, doing investigation missions. I've done combat. I've been in a military org. I've been in a pirate org. I've done cargo. I've done hand mining, geo mining, ship mining, large ship mining. I haven't done bounty hunting, but I've seen videos on bounty hunting, so I sort of get an idea of how that works. You could be anything in this game. The one role I've even been a medic at least once or twice. And it just felt the natural thing to go back into. And so, you know, that's where I'm at. And it feels good. It feels good to be where I'm at right now. Once you've got that control and that stability, you can recognize when you go overboard with things and limit yourself where it's needed, but not controlling and limiting every little thing you do. Learning to have fun with it when needed too. No, actually. I'll leave it. It doesn't matter. Oh, no, wait. It does. Oh, only a little. So, like, the ones that I've got should be enough. I think this backpack should be able to hold it. Yeah, it can. Because they expanded, they changed the capacities and stuff. Okay, so we're just gonna go out there, do some medical work if we can. Because, you know, it just makes sense to me. Everything makes sense to me now. Okay, so we're going into now there is a place that was special to me, so I might go there. I don't know. I like it now because, like, thinking back, that place does mean a lot to me. Because in all the darkness that I was in at the time, I found a couple of weeks last year where things were working earlier on in the year. I was still in survivalist mindset, but I did find some enjoyment in Star Citizen, where I went to Fuego, and Fuego is a beautiful place. It's got a lot of colors. Fuego is a hot and barren moon. Don't take your helmet off there, that's a bad idea. I think they might have added oxygen to it, but I don't know if it's fully working or not, because, you know, those systems have a habit of breaking down. I think probably in the new Star Engine, that code is like self-repairing. I might be wrong, because I think they're going to add a lot of self-repairing stuff. Oh no, no, oh no, no, I'm going to die.
Advent aerospace. All systems online.
Oh, ignore the swaying, it's because I've put my character on drugs. That's why. Was it Pyro 5? Might Pyro 5. Ah, too far. Give me a second. I need to. I don't know how to... I can't believe I need a guide for this, but... Okay, hit B. There we go. How do I... I don't know how to remove the Hamazo. You know what? It should, probably. I don't know. Yeah, it's leveling it out. I thought so. There we go, the drugs are out of my system. Simpler method. Nope. Close them first and then lock. Good. Okay, so we are going into Pyro and going to check first. Before I do that, let's check our contracts. Yeah, there's nothing on yet. Why am I swaying still? Ah, must be a bug. I'm going to go to Fuego. Now that everything is, you know, balanced out.
Shields offline.
Get ready to watch everything get left behind. Bye-bye. I love the music systems on this. Used to be a lot harder to go in the menu. You couldn't like go directly to a moon like that. You'd have to go to Pyro first, then go to the moon. I don't know if it's still doing that, or if it's like straight to the point now. I'm still hungry, man. I am working on a healthier diet. I'm adding more sage to my diet and stuff like that, but I needed some protein because, like, it's made almost like a mint. It tastes like lamb mint sauce from the juices of the sausage. It'll have a lot of fat in it though. But it's mixed with sage and herbs, ginger. Good stuff. Natural too. No processed stuff. Although arguably the sausages are processed, but it doesn't have any diglycerides or like that. In small amounts it won't harm you. But if you're regularly having, like, your cheap value meats that are in packaging at the supermarket, it's not ideal. Frozen meat's mostly fine. Get some chicken breast or something like that. Don't get that sliced up chicken, because that'll have diglycerides in it. Your heavily processed circular ham pieces, those are the same. I know it can get expensive, game meats, but if you can, try and get them from the butcher. I was having a lot of those monos, and because of that, it makes your body fat cling to you more. So when you're having saturated fats and unsaturated fats, they'll stay even more. Most importantly, for most breakfasts, if you're gonna have fruit, rather than a high sugar smoothie, like, just have your protein shake on its own for sugar. But if you're having a high sugar smoothie, stop doing that. Put some cut up fruit that you've, like, got fresh. I know they don't last as long, but it is what it is. And just place it on top of, like, some cornflakes or something, and then drizzle honey over top. But make sure you've got blueberry with it, because what blueberry does, blueberry is an antioxidant, and it helps you your body regulate and slowly release those sugars, avoiding a sugar crash. And the honey, well, it's full of natural. It's basically a natural probiotic, and so that's good for you too. Natural salts are okay. Use them in moderation though, as with everything else. I tend to lean towards more the Italian meals. Mediterranean diet is great, but don't be afraid to have birds or like that. People will fearmonger you and say, "Oh, you've got to have this, you've got to have that. You can't be eating animals," and it's like, that's a natural life cycle. You say that's unnatural, but we are naturally both carnivores and omnivores. And I know it comes from a place of compassion, but you're letting your emotions control you instead of the other way around. Maybe if you've got the animal as a pet, don't eat it, but you know, it's that there's nuances to it. I think we should go down. Oh, actually, no, because it's going to take a long time to get down there, because this is a massive atmosphere. So what we're going to do is just hop straight to Fuego. What is that red dot? I don't know what that is. What is that? Another gas giant. To Fuego we go. I said we go. There we go. Okay, so this is Fuego. I'm looking for my favorite patch, so let's move over here. You want to be away from all the noise, because if you don't, you go AFK, your ship will get stolen. So what you want to do is hit that button, then stop halfway. I think it's over there, actually. It's like, you don't want to be on those points. We were like somewhere in the middle, and we were like mining in these areas. But basically we landed a ship down at these green spots. So this might take a while. Oh, yeah. Because it's going a really long way, but you can see it's slowly getting there. I mean, it looks slow, but it's really not. Like, we're moving at really high speed here. I don't know what's going on with those shadows. That's a bit weird. That might be a ray tracing glitch or something. It's probably because I got my graphical settings lower. Okay. My knee's been hurting a bit. Probably because I've been getting into those negative energies a bit. But it's okay because I have a crystal to help me. Where are you going? Go back down. I feel like we should go to that larger patch over there. This might be a spot I'm familiar with, I'm not sure. I do have a particular patch in one of the green patches, I just don't know which one, because it's been a while. What I'll do when I get close enough, I'll switch to SCM mode. I just might have an atmospheric thing, because I think this is a 45-degree angle or 35-degree angle. So we might get to see the atmospheric entry fire around the ship, which will be pretty cool. Yeah, there it is. How realistic it is, I love that. Oh, that was it, I guess. I'm in atmosphere now. I mean, if it had been a bigger planet, then maybe. What we're gonna do is go down like that. And I'm gonna take C off so that I'm doing this manually because I don't want to come in too hot. And I'm just gonna slowly, gradually go down. Actually, that's not the spot. These are the spots here. I'll go into those ones. And it's just a really cool location because, like, you'll see these spots of green. The green is barely noticeable when you're there. When you're down on ground level, you won't notice it as much. Oh no, that's a different moon. Never mind. I'm thinking of a different moon that does that, where they've got like a slight hint of green, but most of it's grey like the moon. This one's like of golden green, so like, you know. Now, I don't think I can take my helmet off around here, so I'll have to be careful. Here we are. This is one of them anyway. So if you're playing this game and you want a nice cool green space to go to, this is like plenty enough out of the way of like locations where you can just come and chill and let this be your green space.
Shields online.
And look, you've got Hefstonite or there, if that's a useful thing to know. Check my helmet's on. Okay. What I should have probably done is get like a. Oh. It's almost like moss. I think this is moss, guys. If I had the settings on higher, they'd be even more detailed than this, by the way. But I don't have it on maximum settings. Because, like I said, PC can't handle it. I mean, I am running it 4K 60 and I am recording, so if I had like a separate recording PC or a better graphics card, maybe I could do that, but that's not on the cards right now, so it is what it is. Is that just the wind? So, I don't know why temps come into this, cause I don't know why health hasn't been working that way, but oh, it's saying atmosphere is dangerous. We've got 1G and external temperature is a little on the warm side. It's at 23, but we're good. I was kind of curious about these rocks. I know I'm not showing the best of what the game has to offer, but I don't need to, you know, there's other channels for that. I'm just showing the natural nature away from it all. Oh, careful there. We don't want to fall in. Can I climb this? No. My controller is vibrating. I can feel it from here. I wanted to reach up there and climb up, but I'm not sure if I'll make that jump. No, I won't. Oh, don't fall in. Don't fall through the planet. That happens a lot in this game. They're still working on it. There will be for quite some time. Let's see if we can go up one of those flat rocks up there. Oh. They're still working on the terrain here, I guess. I should be careful or I'm gonna be the one needing rescue. Oh, my gun's disappeared. Well, that's for the better then, I guess. Because I did say I was going to get rid of it. I don't need a gun. I'm a medic. I don't shoot people, so why would I need a gun? If I die, then so be it. I'm going to be like that guy in something Ridge. Oh, it's pressing on a spot that's hurting. That's on a lymph node. I'll push this back a bit. There we go. Huh. Now, I'm not relaxing enough because my arms aren't down enough, like, relaxing, but I've had to put my arms on my arms of the chair. At least this desk was adjustable and I got it to the perfect height. Or about as close to perfect as you can get. I mean, it's not an automatic one. I had to, like, do notches and stuff for it, so... There is a risk with that door lock of, like, not getting out of the ship if it's about to explode, but they did say, like, it's gonna... ship explosions aren't gonna be the way they were before, so... I was about to call for docking, for exit of the hangar then I realised, oh yeah, I'm not in a hangar. I see the problem here.
Engines on. Weapons offline.
There's also Azlerite up there. I don't know why switching to scan mode slowed me down.
Landing gear raised.
So this is why I came to Fuego, is Finiline. And it's funny, now I'm not interested, there's plenty of around, but this stuff, if you get enough of it, it's a good second option where no one's going to attack you really for having it, because unless you have it in great abundance, you're not going to make a lot of money off of it. So we went geo-mining, we used a Carrack. We all tried to get it together, but a member of the team wasn't really fitting in. We learned that he was deceptive and disruptive to just us trying to get things done. And so, just booted him from the group. There's no getting him to recognize himself or out like that. I used to know him a long time ago. He was a friendly kid, and met him on a Minecraft server, and he seemed to have grown up into this different person in his late teens, and I think it's similar with what happened with Gold Fox, just changed. And there's nothing I can do about that. Obviously now my approach would have probably been a lot different, but I didn't know how to deal with people back then. People that were toxic. Now it's like I can get them to recognize themselves a little bit, but sometimes you just can't get through to them. And that's because they want to remain where they are. And you can't force that to change. You can only tell them about what I've been sharing, and then hope that they'll find that on their own one day. And that's hard. It's hard to let that go. But you can't let them bring you into those lower energies and be full of regrets. That's not a you problem, that's a them problem. And you can't blame them yourself for that. This puts you in a position of power where you're no longer held back by things that happened in the past. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me.
Shields online.
Yeah, I thought I sensed music coming. Should be around here somewhere. That might be it to the right there. Yeah, I think that's it. This is the spot. This is where we landed. So this is mine and James's favourite spot on Fuego. We came here before, we landed our ships. He had his Polaris here, and I had my Carrack and was trying to like transfer stuff from my Carrack to his Polaris, so that we had all our vehicles aboard one ship. Didn't work out, but you know. And we had to let go of one thing that was like bugging out for some reason.
Engines offline.
We had a like, how do I put it? We had a challenge getting one of the. Oh, it's not called an impulse. You know, the small, light anti-grav bike wasn't functioning correctly. It shot off in that direction by itself, just started floating in that direction, ignoring gravity, ignoring collision physics and everything. I just floated off in that direction, sideways, I might add. It was just like, on its side instead of upright. It was just like that and just floating off randomly into the distance, and it just went like it just went up that way and just went hang on, up there, like straight up there. It was just how do I heading that way and just going up and up and up, further away, further away, further away, until it eventually hit the like hillside over there. But yeah, we love this spot. It's a bit rocky. There's bigger rocks now than there was. I think we actually landed over there. I could be wrong. What is that purple streak there? What is that? Oh, that's like the underlying ground. Oh, that's my ship lighting the... I wondered what that was. So, yeah, this place has some history with us. But nothing is permanent, nothing lasts forever. The wind used to blow you over here. I don't know if it still does that. But, like... I know it seems barren of a planet, but... it's more about the stories than location. And, you know, Carrick was a home to me. Still kind of is a home to me. But, like, I don't get too attached to that now. At the end of the day, it's still, I think, it's a ship, it's a tool. It has a heart and soul of its own. So I do at least respect it, but... right, okay, good. But, like, you know.
Landing gear raised.
What I am gonna... oh, this bed doesn't have a sleeping spot, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Checkmate or somewhere nearby. Because, obviously, you know... let's go to endgame. Actually, you can get some really cool clothing items there, by the way. And you can get iron ore here now.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, this is quite a trip. So while that's doing that, I am just going to go put this tray back in there so that I don't have things falling off and, you know, other stuff. Just so I've got more room. Clear my space a bit. Wii to HDMI adapter next to my Wii console. Problem is though, it doesn't work as it said it did on the box. Or even it says on the front of it, it can do up to full HD 1080p, and then all it really does is 480p, which is not ideal. Because obviously the native format of the games is not going to be in 1080p, so. And like, there's no translation process through that device, because it's a cheap device. I use the Avon Media that upscales it for the recording, so for like things now, but I can't use that on my Wii. I can only use that on my PS4. So I'll probably be getting rid of that too at some point. I might keep it, I don't know. It depends if I'm actually going to use it. So it makes it upscales it to 4K for the person using it, but it doesn't do it for the recording. So, and I like to record in 4K because it's crisper and cleaner. Also, I will be upgrading this camera at some point. I'm looking to get that £150 one, the OBS bot one, the OBS bot 2, the 4K. So, but that's at a future date. Maybe it won't be a future date. Maybe I'll do it soon. But I've been told to save up for some other reasons, so maybe I won't. I'm trying to be honest, because like, I know I am privileged at where I am at. I got what they call autism and extrasensory autism, and I'm on the waiting list for ADHD, which they were supposed to be getting back at us sometime this year. Like they said, it was going to be 12 to 14 months. It's been most of those months now, so I don't know when that is. It may be August time, so we'll see. But I feel like I'm shifting away from the need for disability now and going into my own income. I don't know how that's going to affect my bus pass, whether I'll get to keep that or not, because I can't drive at the moment. But who knows, maybe if this metazapine keeps helping me and I keep getting to a clearer head state where I'm not like this, all foggy and tired, but like focused, I know what I'm doing, I know what I want, and just generally happier, I don't think I'll have to worry about road rage on the job. And that's good, because hello Spider, I don't want to be that road ragey person, but I feel like driving is a road ragey thing, and on top of that, like, it's more economically viable to just get a bus or a train. I know it's not comfortable and you don't have a lot of personal space, but if it's a choice between personal space and going on a road full of maniacs, I'd probably pick the personal space sacrifice, because some drivers can be enraging, and I recognise that just choose not to be on the road, you know. I feel like when we were hitting Industrial Revolution, that enlightenment that was coming from that, and all the scientists and everything, and the evolution of our technologies, it only came to an end because those lower dimensional energies kicked in and, you know, went for corporatism instead during the 20th century. But like before all that, before World War One and Two, it was heading in a good direction. And I feel like the Dark Ages that we've had is not the literal Dark Ages. The Dark Ages our society has had is the 20th century, where we went into capitalism, we went into, like, so many people fighting wars over many different things, and, like, we went into, like, government control things, and, like, then obviously we also went into, like, Big Brother is watching, and, like, people rioting and stuff like that, and that comes from lead poisoning and other stuff like that. And there was, when we finally got out of that, my generation, the 1990s kids, I was probably born with that lead poisoning from, because there was still leaded fuel back then. And then it was around that time that things started to change for the better, where, like, leaded fuel was just gone, or barely minimal, and things started getting better in the 2000s, and that's when people started having a bit more clarity, and that's why things started to look so good for so long. And then 2016 hit, and it just all went into darkness. And I think the reason why that had to happen is so we could gain experience from the pandemic and the dark times, the money troubles, the companies turning on their consumers and so on, in order to ready us to step out into the light and become enlightened. We looked at how the bad could be in order to understand and perceive how to not make a world like that anymore. And it's enlightened even, like, corporate types are starting to become more pragmatic. And that's good, because you're not going to get overly woke ideas trying to shove agendas into like people's safe spaces anymore. Allow people to create freely without someone trying to change the narrative. Like what was happening with Star Trek, you probably heard about, like, the shut down the show, and, like, an intervention was instigated by William Shatner to sort of, like, and they lashed out, like, the main character lassie lashed out, and she did call the old actors and the old people running the old shows bigoted and racist, when they were the ones who championed that, and championed more diversity. So it feels so ignorant to say that, and it wasn't about that. It was about, you cannot shove an ideology in someone's face. It has to be subtle, laid in the inner groundwork. It cannot be, oh, human rights. It's like, people won't listen to that, and it destroys the show. It destroys the franchise, and it's been happening for so long. And now rich people, for the rich, they don't care. The corporate types who invested in those, to push those narratives in the 2010s, the whole reason they were doing that wasn't because they cared. It was just profit. And now it's showing that people are waking up from that and realize, like, real wokeness, not fake wokeness, shoving in people's faces kind of wokeness, not using LGBTQ to shove something in people's faces with like extreme left values. They're so far left that they're right. And I started to realize, oh, I'm not that far left as I thought I was, but I'm not far right either. I'm a very neutral person, and I prefer that neutrality because that's where the peace is. Peace is in neutrality. If you don't fight for it, they're going to fit you in a box. The left's going to put you in the right box, and the right's going to put you in the left box. Let them. Doesn't matter what other people think of you. Really doesn't. And that might be social death in some people's eyes. Some people will probably even come and try and cancel me. I don't care. You could do whatever you want. It's not going to stop me. I want to spread real love. And that means including white blokes like myself as well. You see, just because white blokes ain't part of LGBTQ doesn't mean to say that white straight males are evil. There is no good and evil. There's no good or bad, there's only change. And there is good in everybody. And bad decisions in everybody. We're all human. And I don't think I lean too far in any direction because, like, there's no reason to. I guess in a sense I'm kind of pushing an agenda of neutrality, but because, like, neutrality is not forcing your opinions on others and just letting it be and leaving the situation. If you can't change the environment, then leave it. Now, I know that option is not available to leave Earth, but we'll get there. But I feel like before we're ready to go out into the stars, we must first look inwards to ourselves and stop using external factors as excuses and lies to ourselves to shape how we perceive the world and see it for what it really is. It's all illusion. And once you let go of that, you'll gain clarity and look at things as they really are and reality as it really is. And it gives you objectivity, the ability to think for yourself and not let others sway you and say, oh, God will punish you. Like, God doesn't care if you do bad things. He is they are a forgiving person. Forgiving being. God loves everybody, no matter who they are. God even loves Satan because he is a child of God. No matter what his role is in things. I don't demonize Satan because I know he's a part of the cycle. It's to let you go through the darkness so you can recognize it. So that when you come out, you can then teach how the others the lies. So the lies have a purpose. They're a teaching moment. There's no such thing as failure. Failure is just data and nothing more. Failure is not a loss. It's not a survival. It's not a battle to be won. Accepting failure is an important part of self-healing. And accepting death is also a part of self-healing. In the words of Forrest Gump, shit happens. And that's allowed me to accept death, which is one of the hardest things to accept. Because you're looking at things in polarities, you see it as a negative. Death is not a negative. Death is rebirth. It is a good thing. and it comes sooner or later, and maybe it's a teaching moment, no matter what caused it, whether somebody else caused it or what. It can be a galvanizing moment. There are times when fights are needed, but I am not one to fight. And it's coming to a point where now fighting seems pointless for everybody. We're coming to the end of an era of darkness, and we've shifted into this new timeline, one with 5-dimensional being, higher dimensional beings, 9-dimensional beings, 12-dimensional, and the 13th dimension, which I assume in God resides. The whole reason why people have superstition and are scared of the number 13, it was another societal thing, superstition, to make you not trust the number 13, to fear it. And that fear is an illusion, because it's the fear that's the danger, but it dresses up as a white knight so that you fear the number 13, so that you don't trust in a dimensional framework that you just can't say. And I think that's important clarity on things like that. Now, I know I speak of dragons and stuff, but all creation, everything like that, all creation, like dragons, fae, and stuff like that, we weren't just creating those things, they exist. They existed long before we did.
Shields online.
And when they created, like, millions and billions of years ago, and basically, like, obviously they had to go through their dark period at some point, and theirs was a lot longer lasting than ours. Our darker periods have only lasted thousands of years. Theirs lasted millions of billions. And then they eventually ascended. They were around long before we were in this universe somewhere at some point in some time long ago. And they ascended. And we are now reaching that ascension much faster than they did. And the groundwork has been laid for 5th-dimensional space in this reality, which means it is time. I mean, they created our planets, they created us for God. God sent loads of beings to do these things in the other dimensional planes, and angels, dragons, fae, they're all part of that. Anything you've ever imagined is all part of that, and any fiction you've imagined is tied into that, and it exists in alternate realities somewhere. So, and you can create a reality where your reality is fiction to them. So their reality created yours, and yours created theirs simultaneously, because that's how that works. And you're not just creating them, you're creating all their possible futures, all their possible pasts, because time is not linear. It sends ripples outwards like in water.
An available space has been located.
I overshot.
Landing gear deployed.
Oh, maybe it is the other side. Ah, there we go. So what we're going to do is relog. Maybe hop into a busier server, because this one seems a bit empty anyway.
Arrival complete. Welcome.
Engines offline. All systems offline.
So, like, they're laying the groundwork for dimensional ascendance. If you've ever watched Stargate and learn about the history of ascendance through Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, where you learn more about them. That race that that race that left alien technology for everyone is also the race that ascended, and they became upper dimensional beings. That is a truth cloaked in fiction. A dimensional truth cloaked in fiction. And if you have reached an enlightened stage, you will realize that in a lot of fiction, there's truths. Don't you find it funny that now, like, we've got scientists talking about warp drives, and Hacksmith Studios has a functional lightsaber from Star Wars? It's all connected. I had this thought to myself, hang on a sec. If Star Wars is in a galaxy a long, long time ago, far, far away, and galaxies move, our galaxy is moving towards a great attractor. And, well, time can be cyclical because it's not linear. It can run back around into itself over a very long time period. And so our galaxy could be, like, when it collides with Andromeda, it could become the Star Wars galaxy in like 2 billion years. And they'll be none the wiser. And guess what? Earth was in the Star Wars galaxy. It supposedly shifted and came back into this galaxy. So it's like, could be cyclical over billions of years, and we won't even know it. I mean, scientists have their own theories about things, but like, they're using limited means and understanding of the universe, and that's gonna change with time. Science, magic, and upper dimensional things like spiritualism is gonna all combine into this cohesive network. Healers won't just be like in big hospitals how they are now. There'll be clinics in close areas instead, and it'll be a more relaxed thing. They'll use lasers to sort of heal injuries and stuff like that. But also you'll have like your healers that will come in with like mystical powers and do stuff that pretty much sounds like the Jedi. So magically healing wounds. And that will come from self-healing knowledge. I imagine the same way I'm able to heal somebody through giving them these gifts, teaching them to open up their chakras and stuff, will propagate in a way that will help that spiritual side sort of combine with the technological side. and allow people to heal in ways we've never even imagined. Or rather, no, actually, heal in ways that we have imagined. We've been imagining them in fiction for a very long time. And it was seen as, oh, magic, wizards, you know, but it's a misunderstanding. It's an interpretation brought about by misunderstanding of extra dimensional energies and forces that, like, there's a science to it. There's an order to that supposed chaos. So chaos and order are not opposites. The entropy has an order to it. These rules that, like, the universe follows, and those universes can be changed by sentient beings, because we are the sentience of the universe exploring but also manifesting and creating itself. And we chose to make this society in lower dimensions for now, but now we're shifting up to higher dimensions. And it's gonna, like, massively change the way we look at everything. And we needed to get to that point before we become spacefaring society. We might ascend before we even do space travel. And if that happens, we might not even need space travel. We might not even need to colonize other planets, because we'll be fully self-sustained on this planet. I mean, birth rates are going down in Japan. You've got the telomeres, like, reducing. Like, in 10,000 years, men are not going to be around. So, but, like, masculine and femininity will not be thinged to a gender anyway. But men also have that, what's called the cosmic womb, and that's where the ability to create comes from. And that's creation is a feminine energy, and both men and women should embody both masculine and feminine traits. There's no that's the dimensional truth. There's no, oh, it's one or the other. It doesn't work that way. That the natural order of things is that there's a balance between both, because that's how you stay stable, that's how you stay balanced, and that's why everyone's so out of whack, because they're not balanced. And the cosmic order is now rebalanced and shifting to that balance. People feel drained, burned out, because they're not in their natural frequency, because their natural frequency is now higher than what it's originally supposed to be, is now higher. That potential frequency is higher. And during my crystallization process, you know, it was supposed to be, oh, you can get to this frequency. Not everybody can get to a higher frequency, but now it seems like that's shifted. The reality has shifted, and that information is no longer valid, because now the timeline has shifted again to where, oh, like, everyone's going to ascend, everybody. And I feel like I was manifesting this as well, because I wanted to. I was like, well, that doesn't seem fair to the other people who aren't. Like, they shouldn't have to live in their own self-purgatory. When there's a better way out there for them. They have to want it, and that's going to take time. But I feel like we're going to get there. So, those of you who don't know, this is an illegal drug in Stanton. Snacks, yeah, sure. I think I got my gunslinger cloak from here, or a different jacket, but I wanted to go Guardians of the Galaxy, but they haven't added the ability to put undersuits on at the same time as clothing yet, so we'll see. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to relog and then see if I can fix my bug. Actually, we have to wait like 5 minutes because I think it needs to like reset before it brings me into another world. Otherwise, it'll just bring me into the same one. Oh, it's in the PU. Let's join this. We've gone back down to 600 for the servers, it seems. So it looks like he's playing the game as well, probably either with him by himself or with someone else. I don't know. Huh. Wonder what that was about. Seemed to have left. I don't know if he's like trying to play without me or... I'm not gonna try and put that thought in my mind though. I'm trying to be perceptive, but I don't want to dwell on it either. Because it could just mean nothing. He'll hop in when he needs to and say hello. I'm not gonna be on during night, so... Because by the looks of me having these tablets early, I'm probably going to be having a very, very early night. Might go to bed at like 5 or 6, I don't know. You see, the tablets I'm on right now are melatonin tablets, so obviously that's definitely gonna make me drowsy in the eyes. It's only a small amount, but it's just enough to make my eyes hurt from staying awake. But I'm good. I'm good.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Because it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
You need stuff. I got stuff.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Who knows, maybe he's feeling drowsy too. He's going through a lot right now. And he's got a lot on his mind. So I understand if he's not feeling very... I've been telling him about the hermetic stuff a lot, so maybe, who knows, maybe he'll be going into hermit mode himself for a while. In which case, I don't want to drain him with talking about it all, because he's probably thinking about it all the time as well himself. But I have been lifting him up into higher frequencies, because he is my friend, so... Or at least it seems that way. I'm not sure if that's just... It's just, you know, whatever it is. Now, a lot of combat seems to happen around about... around the Monox area. So we'll go there. It's a rough area, but... and there is PvP, but, you know...
Shields offline.
That's the risk I take. That's the whole purpose of this, is to heal people as a medic, even when they're in trouble. Let's cut out all that noise. And, you know, that might mean, oh, like, I get shot. Because medic goes into battle anyway, even if they don't plan on battling. Now I definitely have the skill sets for it. I know how to shoot people. I know how to do FPS. Spent a lot of time playing Fortnite and other games, other FPS games, like just being damn good at it, but like it's not interested in it. It seems gratuitous to me, but I know that's where other people are at, so I don't know what will happen to that in this new society. If everyone's enlightened, will it seem pointless to everyone to go around doing space battles? I suppose you can find some fun in it, out of competition, but you know,
Weapons offline.
sport basically. But it'd be no different to football. It wouldn't be. It's not about like, oh yeah, look what I can do. It's just just entertainment. It'd be no different than acting shows. Acting in shows. You're putting on a show. Maybe it'll become more like wrestling then. I don't know. But that's why like people do like a lot of their combat on like YouTube and stuff like that. But I just, you know, if it's just violence for the sake of violence, I'm not interested in watching it. So I mean, I accept that those things exist in this current form of society, but I'm not gonna. I don't have to go watch it because a lot of these things will have hidden messages that try to sway you back into that survivalist mentality, and I will not be swayed. It's not rigidity, it's choosing to work around it. It's adapting. Adaptability and survivability are not the same thing. You can adapt without taking in it as anything more than information. You don't have to change your whole identity and then make that, oh, I am permanently that identity. That's not what adaptability is. Adaptability is staying fluid and changing forms. You can stay in a form, but you won't stay in it forever. It's not your identity. You don't identify with it. So I'll become a healer when I am needed. I'll become a teacher when I am needed. I'll become many different things to many different people. And I think that's the importance of it all. Is I'm not attached to self-identity or the need to do those things if I choose not to, because I know who I am. And it's not me chickening in out or anything. It's me realizing that I don't need it. I don't care about it. It's not my thing. And people will be like, oh, it's just a chicken. People can just keep saying that. I don't give a fuck. That's your opinion. And that says more about you than me, because it means that you're projecting that men have to be manly and have to win everything and have to do everything, and that's just, I don't want to say dumb, but that's a lower diamond. That's a lower frequency mindset where you're that rigid and you're like, oh, everybody has to be this way. There's no other way. What I am saying about higher dimensional stuff is everyone will be free to be different and creative without it giving them like some sort of identity that's going to make them attached to it and then start othering people, putting things in boxes again and going back to the way we were with our old habits. It's just going to happen, and if it doesn't happen for the people that don't, their brains are just going to get fried. They're going to have short lifespans and they're just not going to be able to survive the experience, because you're storing all that hermetic knowledge in your body. You're becoming a multi-dimensional person, and if your body cannot handle those multi-dimensional energies, it will kill you, because that's the natural state. But it's okay, because you'll be reborn anyway. You'll have another life. And the part that doesn't, the part that goes into these other dimensions as like a spirit, will be left there to guide from your... You'll be left to guide from your mistakes and use that guidance to sort of direct and help like other family members not to go down your path, and sort of push them, give them a nudge in the right direction, or at least the vicinity. Because your experience of knowing what it's like to be there in that rough place and then suddenly having the clarity because you've passed on, you will you'll feel much better for it. There's nothing here. Where is everything? I thought there was supposed to be asteroids here or something. Oh yeah, I was going to Monox, weren't I?
Quantum drive is now off.
Let's have a look. See, yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Accept offer. So we're just gonna go down to here and try and see if we can rescue Moravak. Oh, thank God it's on daytime. Even that, like, oh, you can't say thank God because that's saying his name in vain. Like, that's another, God doesn't care, God forgives, and it's a whole interpretation thing, because you could easily just say, well, me saying, oh my God, I'm putting God in my vocabulary. I'm honoring him, not like singing him. And so it can be looked at either way. So does it really matter in the end? Swear words is another thing. Swear, like, words only have the power you give them. I don't know who this is.
Shields online. Shields offline.
A lot of unknowns around here.
Shields online.
There's like a person over there. It might be an enemy. I'm gonna have to be careful. Well, enemy's a strong word. There might be the person who killed them, or it could be a bot nearby. I don't know. I don't have any factional ties, so. Oh. Are those gonna start shooting at me? They might. Yeah, they're hostiles.
Today just got interesting.
Look, slow lively.
Where the hell they go?
They're not gonna blast through that.
Here we go.
Okay, let's do this.
So what I'm gonna do is land right here. Just land on top of them. That's one way to do it. Just nudge him about with my ship. It probably won't kill him, but... I think I just killed them. Oh well, so much for no violence. I hope I didn't crush my savior target. Oh, I think I may have just crushed them. I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try and let's see if I can. No. There you go. There we go. Any spots missing? There you go.
What the hell? My sights on.
With two open doors again. There you go. I don't have a gun, by the way, so I'm just a medic. Right. I don't know if that's all he wanted me to do. Hang on. I should probably open up chat. See if he was saying anything. I don't know.
Push it! Oh, it's about to pop up.
Right, I should probably take off before my ship gets damaged.
Takeoff complete.
Nah, I'm sure that player's gonna sort it all out anyway. And hopefully, yep, there we go. We've been paid. Time to go.
Landing gear raised.
So today we have healed somebody. I'm finally a medic. Again. And that it feels good. Just hop in, heal someone, and move on. And now he can go about doing his job, and I go to the next job, the next person that needs to be healed. And that's what a medic is being about. You build bridges, you don't break them. You don't put up walls, you build bridges instead of walls. And that feels good. Okay, let's have a look here, see if we've got any more. I am now officially Seorphioth the healer, server speaking. Medical rescue completed. Okay, so we don't have another server speaking right now, so we can just wait a while. Look, we've got maintenance for like, I'm assuming that's a job for engineers and stuff. But now I'm in the upper atmosphere now. Hang on. Can I just... No. I'm already as close as I can get. So what I'll probably do is go to like an OM. And just see if we can find another one. That's it for now. So Monox is one of the planets. Another is Bloom. What we can do is go to Bloom. That guy might end up needing a beacon again, but I don't know yet. Because he is, you know, fighting bots, and he seems to be doing it alone, so he might need us again at some point. But what we're going to do is we're going to go to Bloom, because that also has bases like these. So we'll go to Bloom. Strange, they called all the rest Pyro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. And then you've just got Bloom and Monox. I don't know what the asteroid field was I was thinking of then. I know it's got like a PvE place and you can get like special ships, you can even get mods on it. Oh, I accidentally backspaced. Well, not backspaced, back thinged the song. Oh, music stopped, I don't know why. With the music stopping and starting like that in game, I'm wondering if there's like a player running in the background for the music in game. And like hitting the pause and fast forward and stuff like that is like actually skipping songs and pausing songs in thing. I don't know, or it could just be completely random. I'm sure there's a reason for it. In the grand scheme of things that I am learning, nothing is completely random. The saying everything happens for a reason is starting to ring true to me more than it ever did. I can feel my mental clarity coming back now. I think now that I've actually healed someone, I feel a little bit better. And probably because when I'm being me the most is when I'm helping others. And that's important thing, is like being true to yourself, being true to what feels natural to you, not what you've lied yourself into. And right now, everyone's going to be shifting into those higher frequencies little by little, whether they realize it or not. You'll start off as that survivalist, that's one. But like the way this dimensional timeline change is happening is obviously it's going to be a case of where you've always known. Originally you wouldn't have always known in your in the previous universe iteration, but in this timeline, you've always known. Because you're shifting realities all the time. As time goes on, reality changes. And I used to think that that was because... I used to think that was because Mandela effect, or like, you know, CERN screwing up experiments and land them in the world in 2012. Now I'm starting to think that it's just like, that's the natural state of things. I'm just now becoming aware of it. And that's why I'm seeing, like, because I've always been multidimensional aware, I've always had dreams of other versions of myself, and that are like incredibly realistic. And like, you can feel, you can smell, you can touch, you can see, and it's like, you can hear, and it's like this, so vivid. And it's probably also why, like, VR felt so disorientating when I first tried it back in college, because when I came out of it, I was like, oh, I'm questioning, is this real? Because there was a VR game, there's a VR game where, like, you're taking VR headsets off in the game, and you can go deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And I feel like that's a good, like, is it allegory or is it comparison? Let's call it a comparison for like how these extra dimensional layers work. We're gonna try and get a bit closer.
Quantum drive is now off.
I don't like leaning forward like that.
Is now off.
Feels not right. Okay, so it's just basically, this is the job, sitting here and doing this. Look how easy that was. I just earned 50 grand. Just going in, landing my ship on top of a few bots, and just grabbing the guy. I didn't want to kill them. I'd have liked to avoided it, but it felt like I had no cover, I have no teammates yet. But there'll come a time where someone else will do the defense and shoot at people while I go and grab the body. And then I won't have to land my ship on enemies. They can do all that. Maybe the Apollo has turrets, I don't know. It sounds a bit weird for a floating hospital, but they are in space, so needs must. And who knows, maybe the whole game will shift in the future, where you're not using guns at all. I don't know. It depends how society changes with these dimensional changes. If everybody's just not interested in anymore, we're going to be a lot more like, think Elven Wood Elf society, where we're like growing. If you've ever like played Elder Scrolls Online and read the books in the game, you'll learn a lot about the history of the Wood Elves and the High Elves and how they split off as a society. The High Elves started to damage trees and cut them down for use instead of like just growing trees, and they started hunting animals and stuff. And
I'm shifting from the high elf now to the wood elf, which is why wood elf is my character on Elder Scrolls Online, because, you know, that feels more in line with whatever this version of is me for now. So, and it's all in temporary because I could, you know, I'm still growing and she's still changing, and there's so many other sides of me that you won't see, that you can't just say, oh, that's me, because Emerald Sage is just a mere fragment of who I am, and those fragments are shifting around all the time. It's morphic, and that's and like the parts are so small, it just looks like water. Like how every individual atom makes up the ocean in the sea. There's an ocean inside of me, or a river, one of the two. I don't know. River's too rigid. It has a. Oh, then again, I suppose you could say like the edges of the river where the riverbank is. That's my vessel, the body, and the water and all the flows and changes inside the river, the stuff that's on the surface that you see, is a reflection. That's reality. And then the inner space, the undercurrents, that's self, and all sides of self, and it's constantly shifting and changing, which will change what you perceive on the surface. And that's what identity truly is in its truest form, when it's no longer rigid. Why is it doing that? Have I like got that gravity thing on or something? Okay, don't turn on light amplification during the daytime. Good to know that that is a function. I might want to keep buying that my joystick. Yeah. There we go. How did I do that? I don't know. so it's not that lightweight. Wait, did I? Not the headlights. Huh. Okay, so apparently there's a light switch in the ship. It's on a dedicated physical toggle, so it's somewhere. Oh, there you go. Exterior emergency lights. Okay, good to know. Oh, let's keep that on. Let's switch that back to. No, that's correct. Oh no, actually, that's out. The carrick is apparently the terrapin. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna unlock contracts and see if we've got one. Nah, I feel like we're having better chance at Monox, really. Let's go back to Monox. That's Patch City, we're not on about that. We're on about Monox. I might as well turn it off for now.
Quantum drive is now on.
I have to be careful because, you know. Actually, do we have like a. Oh, like. We have like a space station I can visit along the way. Actually, we're going to stop and reroute to there. So let's.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, I know that's further, but I feel like we have enough fuel for a trip.
Quantum drive is now on.
It'll tell us if we don't, because it'll like cut it off at a certain point. Or I just have enough to get there. Gotta spend money to make money, you know. So in some cases, obviously, you know, people are just wanting rescue. They want the ship to come pick them up. Oh, this is already. Oh, right. Okay. Unlock. I can't unlock it. Okay. Probably not while in quantum. Am I still tied to this? Yeah, I'm still tied to it. Well, see there where it says 400 medjoles. So there's an amount of time they can actually use this. And I assume I need to restock that. Be a good idea to stock that up with some more. Let's turn it off. Oh no, actually, let's keep it on. Most of the hospitals I go into are bright lights anyway. How are we doing?
Altitude is at 50%.
Wait, 50%? I thought it was at less than that. But we weren't going to make it. Yeah. So we're just going to refuel here. Oh, actually. Yeah. We might get some medical supplies. And maybe some more drinks. And I take my helmet off without suffocating.
Quantum drive is now off.
Ah. Yeah, the game is struggling a bit now. I think it's partially server lag as well, but it's okay. You've got to be careful around the station. There is a lot of debris. That's why you've got to scan for.
Online.
have to have the headlights on when you're going into these places. It's dark otherwise. You won't be able to see where you're landing. Don't want to cross into that back wall there. Oh no.
Engines offline. Shields offline. Shields online.
So, you want to do landing surfaces, auto.
Bottom fuel is at 100%.
Oh, hang on a sec. Well, I still got my engines on.
Engines offline.
Yeah, that'll be the reason. There we go. See now, it's all rendering in now, I'm not moving.
Why buy something when you can just take up space for free? Want some great new products? Come on and check them out.
So, yeah, basically, oh yeah, this might be where I can get a backpack in the same colour as the suit. So let's go down to the shops. That might have been Checkmate or one of ones, or like one I was at earlier. Probably had it. Had it. Okay, had it. It's not any closer this way. It's just walking around topless. I've got one of those tops. Somewhere. Right, so I did have a red backpack, but I think I had a red Mac Flex from one of these stations.
Things happening. Big things. Kind of things that turn a regular guy into a legend. You know what I mean? You know, just been out there living that life in the rhinestone. You're right.
No, they don't have it. That's fine.
You gotta make your own.
I'm not setting an alarm or telling anything.
We're gonna go to the hospital, get some medical supplies to the clinics. Might want to buy some more of those. And then what we're going to do is we're going to buy a ton of those because people use these ones. So let's spend about 10 grand on those, and then we'll store those in the ship for people to just grab when they need them. And I'll shift some across from the staff one to that one. I'm assuming the staff one they can't access unless they're given permission to. At least I hope that's how it works. Otherwise they can just go in and grab, which is not the ideal.
But I'll take it on faith that they won't do that, so that other people can have the equipment they need. Too. Right now we've got like a metric ton of med pens. Let's go get some drinks. Plenty of drinks. We just need like some Huh. Let's not get that. Maybe we should have brought some more from other system. Too late for that now. We're here, right? Let's Okay, so we need to find the cargo center, it seems. We should be able to get some Cruzluxes. I don't think this station has a cargo center. It's alright. We've got enough for now. I bought a decent amount. I've left some in the guest storage anyway. So it doesn't really matter at this moment in time.
Anything specific you're interested in?
Unless we can find it on these elevators, I don't know.
Got shit for sale.
New products. Come on and check it out.
That was close. Doesn't seem like there is another option. So I guess they just don't have them at this station, that's fine. We can find that somewhere else later. So you're probably wondering why I'm silent. One, because I'm thirsty, two, because I'm hungry. And three, because I won't say something unless I have something to say. I don't want to be spouting nonsense or parroting bull. I'll speak when I feel it's necessary to do so. That's another important distinction. That's probably why I got pushed back this morning with family, because I started talking about things that I shouldn't have been talking about. Should have kept my mouth shut, because it's causing a reaction in them because they're not ready. I'm hitting F4 and I can't get out of oh, that's because I'm tugged out. Good job I didn't hold Alt. So we're gonna go. Let's see what we got first. We don't have any beacons yet. We still got 34k, like all expenses out of the way. Well, save for drinks. Oh, I just remembered I left the med pens at the station. It's fine. We've got enough for now. If you're wondering why I keep doing that, I'm clearing my throat and spitting out into a bottle. Well, a carton. Because I got problems with clearing my throat, so I just, clear it the other way. Can't clear it one way, I might as well clear it the other. I'll find that people judge me for it, I'm used to it. But I'm unbothered by it. Used to it's the wrong word. I haven't adapted to it. I just stopped paying attention. Which I suppose is still an adaptation, but it helps to not care. Like, same with, I know my teeth are in a bad state. You can see it sometimes when I'm speaking and I'm smiling, like, and my mouth's open. People are bothered about my teeth. I'll probably fix it in future, not because I don't want people looking at me a certain way. I don't care about that anymore. I did for a time. It made me break down and cry once because some lass looked at me in disgust as I thingied, and my pride and my ego that I had then was like, it got hurt from that. I held on to that for a very, very long time. And I don't care. Like, people can think I'm a druggie, I don't care. Because, like, they tend to have a lot of bad teeth because it makes your teeth get damaged and fall out. But, like, the only medication I've taken is the medication the doctor gives me. And even then, like, sometimes I forget to take that. I'm not a big, I'm not big on needles. I can take them. Well, actually, I haven't had like a blood test or anything or in a while, so since before this incident, so I don't know whether I'll be bothered by it or not anymore. Medication helps with pain tolerance, because you don't feel as much on the medication, but I don't know how much my tolerance has probably gone up because I'm not as bothered by external factors. My tolerance of cold and hot has gone up because I've realized how much of my reality with my body is me believing it's bad, so it becomes a bad thing and it adds more weight to it. And so obviously your focus dials into those things more. So if you think the cold is bad, your sense of cold is going to dial in more, and that's you being controlled by your emotions and in result causing psychosomatic conditioning. But if you learn psychosomatic conditioning where you're like, oh, cold is nothing, that self-discipline helps you control your body better because you're saying it isn't a problem. You may think it's a trick of the mind, but it's not a trick of the mind. It's your mind tells your body what to do a lot. If you say, I am tired, you're going to start feeling tired. If you say, I'm not tired, my body's just learning to restore energy, it puts a different spin on it. And so you're now telling your body to restore energy when you rest. That's why when you keep telling yourself you're tired, you're going to feel tired all the time, no matter how much rest you get. And no matter how much sleep you get, you're still going to be tired because you're saying, oh, I'm tired all the time. And you're not. Your body's learning to restore energy. And I had to do that for 21 days straight, and I still say it to myself now. Everything that's written in that book, said for so long, and I've been saying every day, that it's become a mantra that I just say every day now. It's just a thing I do. And it's allowed me to maintain that thought in my head and maintain discipline. Sometimes I don't even need to say it aloud, I'll just say it in my head. I'm not tired. My body's learning to restore energy. Or my body is restoring energy now because I'm not learning to restore energy. It is restoring energy. What's going on? Let's... And like, then you go, I'm not old, my body is young and full of vitality. And then you go, I'm not getting old, my body is adapting and evolving. And then I added to the end of that, it's changing. Because it felt the right thing to say. And then after that, it's when challenges arise, relax and breathe. Don't tense up. Then came the most important part of it all to me. I am not waiting for change. I'm creating change, moment to moment, breath by breath, choice by choice. Oh no, sorry, I am not waiting for change. I am creating change internally, moment to moment, breath by breath, choice by choice. And so my voice, you know, is going, but my voice is in a deeper state right now because of the tiredness. Well, the restoration mode, we'll call it. Because my body's trying to restore energy because I've taken those tablets that have caused drowsiness. I'm not tired. I've just got more melatonin running through my bloodstream right now. So, and chemicals in my brain, more melatonin in my brain. And so until it's out of my system and flushed out, which the water's probably helping with that. The thing is, the tablets will make you dehydrate a lot, and because I took them earlier than I should have, way earlier than I should have, I took them earlier in the morning when I should have been taking them at 6 at night. But I might not have been in this mindset if I hadn't, because I was kind of mentally fried before, but I took a second dose by mistake, and now I'm not so mentally fried. So maybe I needed it in this moment so that I could get through this moment. But the tablet should never be a crutch. Don't abuse that. If you're getting medication to help you, like SSRIs, to stabilize you, they are to get you to the place you need so that you can think enough for yourself, clearly without anxieties and fears getting in the way, without your mind being up at night time and just running through everything past, present and future because ADHD brain. And I don't like using the term ADHD or autism because that's not what it is. You're a multidimensional being that's stuck in a three-dimensional reality, and that's why you don't fit. Also, I'd like to state something, because I said in a previous video that my natural voice is the high voice, not the low voice. The truth is, it depends on the situation. Sometimes my natural voice is this voice. Sometimes it'll go like really low naturally and go deeper. And then sometimes it's like super high. Energy states affects it. If I'm super high energy, my voice will go higher. If I'm super low energy, my voice will go lower. But my voice isn't going as low as it used to. And that's the important thing. And it's shifting all the time. My voice is changing around between high and low. And that's an important distinction, because it means it's not static. And you can determine where I'm at energy-wise by the pitch of my voice. But sometimes I'll mask and put it on. And I am learning not to do that. To not pretend, oh, I'm super high energy right now. I am learning to pretend that when my voice is like this, it means that I am tired or exhausted, or learning to restore energy and learning to relax and be peaceful. And that is okay. But all of those states are okay. There is nothing wrong with either of them, and it means nothing bad. Because there is no good and bad, because there are no polarities. So it's just a change in states. So constant shifting change. A constant shifting change can be exhausting to a static mind just as much as a static mind can be exhausting to someone who's constantly used to constantly shifting. So whatever is your normal is your normal. And everybody's normal is different. That's what makes the world interesting, because it's diverse. And
and oh, it does pick up that. Sorry about that. No. Seorphioth doesn't fit the same in full caps. So yeah, obviously, like, there's not a lot of things going on when you're doing medical, which I get can make things slow sometimes, but you know, it's the way things are. Actually, once people get to this self-healing phase, do you even really need a medic? And if we decide that there is no FPS in Star Citizen anymore, does that mean medics would no longer be, you know, a need for them? So what we'd do is, like, we'd send a healer in this futuristic society, we'd send a healer in, and what they would do is they would give you therapy to teach you the medic system and how to get out of these lower states of being and back to balance. And so balance, you'd basically be teaching to balance to everyone. You bring them to the hospital to heal their mind and their body and soul entirely by teaching them how to fix themselves. Any physical, like, damage to the physical form, though, like injuries, would be done with laser treatment. Anything that's left over is just mental scarring that needs to be filtered out through therapy. Talking to someone about your problems that you've had in your personal life can also help with that. But the need for therapy might, I don't know if that world would need therapy as so much, because everyone would be self-healing. Just as long as people don't forget to, like, teach that to others, because it'll still be needed. Because if everybody's self-healing, then no one would help each other, and then, like, obviously that could also become a problem. But eventually we'll get to a point where, like, we've ascended so much dimensionally that we're just our body self-heals on command, and we'll basically get to the point that we're like godlike powers then. And that kind of power, like, that's why you need the wisdom that we're having to learn in order to be given it, because that's the way this universe works. Is like, you need all things in balance to reach there. Because it is a benevolent system, so. A good little one thing that is like a little Jedi mind trick that I do for myself is when I'm yawning, I pretend I'm yawning because I'm just waking up. And the picture in my mind, what I do is, in Ocarina of Time, when the fairy finally comes to you and you wake up for the first time, Link, like young Link, is stretching, going, like stretching, you know, your morning stretch. When you feel like yawning or stretching, just and tell yourself, I have just woken up from a long and resting sleep.
And now I feel restored, ready to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a different part of the map, because it looks like Bloom isn't working either, so... sorry, Monox. So another one is Pyro I. We've already checked that one. Let's go to... Where's Pyro I?
Quantum drive is now on.
So, while that's doing, I'm just gonna... Just gonna go to the restroom a minute. I'm back. So yeah, sorry, I was just cleaning out my pan so that maybe I can get some real food going. Because I need to look after this body, so going without food all day is probably not going to help it. We'll throw a bit of kale in there while I'm at it. Some carrots. Some tomatoes. I like to use the Napolina brand because they taste better, more flavorful, less bland. They've got like this Mediterranean tomato vibe, whereas the others just taste like tinned chopped tomatoes, which, believe me, there is a distinction between those two flavors. I don't know, maybe that's the old me talking. Oh, well, there is no time, but so I should have probably shaken this tin up before opening it, but I've been trying to avoid a saying that I picked up from back when I watched Asmongold a lot, where he goes, "It is what it is." It isn't what it is, it's what you make of it. Your reality can be changed by you. Especially if you're privileged like we are. Because, you know, you're living a life where it, like, just a couple hundred years ago, a life like we've got now would be reserved for kings. We're living in that kind of society now. So, no, we're not an advanced society, but we are a privileged one. And that's a distinction. And I am privileged because I may not have much money, but I have a roof over my head. I have disability money in place that my country has provided, and that's enough to help me get through. But that's not to say that things are perfect. Most certainly aren't. Nothing ever is. So I'm using what I've got of whatever means I've got to try my best to change my situation so that I hopefully won't one day not have to live on disability. And I don't know why I'm cutting these carrots on a plate. I've got a chopping board to the right of me. Rectify that. I must be careful because like things can roll off easily when they're on the side like that. I don't think the little knife's doing this. I should use the utility one. Huh. One of these knives is supposed to be on that, and I don't think... I think I want to put it back on the chopping board. I might have to wash all my knives now. I went and put it back on the magnetic knife holder, which has probably spread bacteria. Yeah, this cuts better. This is designed for cutting carrots. This is a utility knife, utility kitchen knife. The other two are for like other things like meat and so on. The larger ones. Oh, one's just rolled off the edge and gone into the abyss of my front of my wardrobe. This is also what I mean, like I am living a cluttered life right now. I have got my kitchen, my bedroom and my streaming room all rolled into one, and my wardrobe. Walking wardrobe is sort of walked into my bedroom. And so, and by that I mean I don't have a walking wardrobe, I just have a wardrobe that is open. It's a Kallax shelving unit from IKEA. Same with my kitchen unit. They're both the same. And then I've got a shelving unit to the left for computer equipment, because it happened to just fit there. But like, I just sliced my thumb. Huh. Maybe my knives are getting blunt, I don't know. That should be enough. I'm going to use the stems too. I'm not going to be wasteful. I swear my fridge like dries out anything organic. Just makes it super dry. I might have the cold settings on too high or something. Where it's like a dry coldness. Oh, that sage has a kick to it. Strong smelling. Keep on forgetting that when I'm like wiping vegetables off the board into the pan, I should use the back end of the knife, because then it'll glide along the surface instead of getting caught on it, because obviously it's a sharp blade, it'll get caught in the wood. It's almost got like a citrusiness to it. Like, oh no, I waited too long. Well, I reckon I've probably just lost my ship and all the things in it. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I won't off, because if I log in as quickly as possible, it'll bring me back to my ship. Unless the server is full, in which case I am probably screwed. Glorious starship. Nice. But I'm not going to be so pessimistic about it. I need to stop looking at things negatives and positives. That's another negative. We'll see. If not, I'll be back at another space station. People think I've probably got a holier than thou complex or like a messiah complex. I do not. It's not a complex. It's, I know we can do better for the world, and I know we're shifting into that kind of world anyway, so I'm just being myself. I'm not trying to be anybody else. But in being by myself, I'm not any one thing, because myself shifts and changes so much. Yeah, I figured as much. It's fine. Yeah, I think what's happened, they put me in a different world, so that ship is now gone. That's fine. Maybe it needed to happen. We're going to go back out to the main menu. I'm going to stop recording and go get something to eat, and I will see you guys next time. But at least I got to do at least one. I saved one person today. So that was me being a lifeline for someone. And they were able to get back to what they were doing. So that's good enough for me. And I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully I'll be a little less dizzy and drowsy here. I'll see you guys in the next video. And remember, love yourself.